Well, good morning. The Mad Otter is here, and we will begin. And we've got new things today. We're starting the automated wiring, which is very exciting. So very happy about that. Just make sure that's all working. So we managed to start decorating up that the other day after the stream, and so the water tower, and then the 16 gens, cold gens. We've got the versatile framing factory part done in the background, as you can see. And as the caption on the front says, what's this? Well, Mac and I, as you know, those that have been watching the streams will know that Mac's been chatting quite a bit, which is good in amongst the streams. We were talking about little starter bases, and basically I made two types, one that was a little bit more advanced and one that was a very beginner's one. This one's a slightly more, fractionally more advanced one, in that it's got lighting in it and dimensional depots, which the other one didn't have. And basically it's producing iron rods, iron plates and screws, and you can use it for anything. You can just dump it down anywhere with a mine and do copper, you can do quartz, you can do anything basically in there and do your little thing. It was quite good within a small blueprint. That will be deleted eventually, but for the moment it's just providing me with a few little materials while we're building. Meantime, we will disappear and go back to the new site, which is, yeah, going to be fun. I just started very rough initial sort of like location, and you'll see it in a few minutes when we get there. Let's see what happens. Here we go. So this is back to the start, of course, starting area with the smart factory, which we have not finished. Yes, I know. We will get there. All will be revealed in due course. And boom. Here we go on a new little journey. We're building all through this valley. On one of my other previous builds, my very dystopian sort of build, I did super cool valley to build in and build factory all along the whole length of this, set into the mountains basically. It was that was fun. Big linear thing, massive conveyor belt system going down a bus basically. Yeah, it was cool. Meantime, you can see here, looming in the distance here, are these twin towers, and I use that term loosely because of obviously things. Well, it's actually triple towers there. So, but what we're going to do, I've been playing around with this idea here, um, which is to set up these round rings basically with machines on, and you can fit three. You can squeeze in three constructors. So I'm thinking at the moment we're going to do two. This is going to be one build, but it's basically for the automated wiring. But what we're going to do is we're going to sort of split it up. And I think what we're going to do is have, because the way the mines are, the random nodes, we have over here sulfur, iron, copper, iron, and over here coal. So I'm wondering whether we should do compacted coal for a start, because we're going to need several things here. We're going to need loads of wire, and we are going to need steel pipes. So I'm wondering whether we can do some coal, compacted coal for the coal generators to run this thing, and then we can siphon off some of the coal for the steel production for the pipes if we've got enough. It is only a where is it, impure node, which is what I'm a little bit concerned with. But we should be able to get something going here basically. But we'll have to wait and see. So even with these just Mark II minor and the three things, we're only looking at 150 per minute. That's a tiny amount. But that said, for coal generators, use 150, you see, maxed out. So that's all the coal gone, just literally on the 4 coal generators. So, that means we won't have any for the steel, which is a problem. But that's one of the reasons why I was thinking of using compacted coal, because then it will reduce the amount going in to the generators. I'm not sure how much the generators use though with compacted coal, because I have not used compacted coal for years, quite literally. So the idea is that we're going to build these couple of like tower things. I'm just playing around with ideas at the moment, nothing finalized here decorative wise. But I'm thinking of playing around with these and doing a couple of columns coming off, one off the back end of that, and then basically the mines can come in and the goods can come up effectively to be processed, and they can run along a conveyor belt system between each other. I have no idea what this is going to look like, but we'll see, won't we? We'll see. One can only try. One can only try. Dilute. We're going to play ball. It is going to play ball. And again, on material wise, I've no idea yet what we're going to do here. I mean, we may go across to the metal and do some variation on it. I've just got to, yeah, kind of play around a little bit and see where we're going to go with it. Colors. One, two, three. Should. And that, then it should be the same height as one more of those. Yes, by the look of it. What we are going to do here, though. That's interesting, isn't it? Do we make that lighter or do we turn these around? Turn these around. What would that look like? And then we got the same color pattern as well going. Like that. And what I'm thinking here, actually, what we should do is carry that theme across, shouldn't we? Should. Good morning. Hey, how's it going, Jux? I'm terrible with getting distracted, by the way. So if I don't respond immediately to chats, because I haven't looked at my phone to see the chat, so do excuse me. How are you guys anyway? I hope you're all well and good. Yeah, so we're starting off trying to see what we can do here with this, to see if we can get a automated wiring factory going. This one's not going to be an organic flower one like my power plants. It's going to be, well, yeah, slightly more industrial. But we're hoping to keep some organicness to it in terms of it's not going to be a square box. But we'll have to see how that goes, won't we? Knowing me, once I get going, something changes and then it's like it turns into morphs itself into something else. Going good. What about you? Yeah, I'm not too bad at all, thank you. I mean, I've got a bad back at the moment, but other than that, I'm fine. I'm getting old, that's the problem. Oh, hang on a minute. You can probably hear the repeat on that. Let me get that down. Thank you very much. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just woke up the other morning with it, and then it was just getting better after about 3 days, and then I stupidly, as you do, I bent over to do my shoelaces up basically to go out, and that was it. It was gone again. And I don't even know what I did in the first place to do it. I probably lifted something at the studio or did something stupid that I shouldn't have done, moving sculpture around or something. Knowing me, thinking I was about 25 again and not 55. Should have been asking for help and didn't, I see. Unfortunate. Get well, thank you. We will try. We will do our bestest. Right, so we're going to put a lift in here. So this, I think coal is the only thing coming in from this side and everything else is over that side. So let's just Now we may actually do something a little bit here, depending. The problem we've got is this is not set to the map, I don't think, a world grid. It's random. But that's okay. We can work around. We can work around. Let's just. But I definitely think we can. Maybe we should do something with these. Maybe do they fit? No. Maybe this one. Yes, this one. I knew there was one I'd stuck in there for that reason. That width. Zoop. Can we zoop that up? It doesn't like it, does it? No, it doesn't. It's the only problem with these frames. They're a bit bleh for building. We're going to get lights in here and everything as well, just to dazzle it up a little bit, make it more Yahoo. Okay, so where am I going to go with this? What I need here, just for the moment, is not the N key. I need that key, because I need to do a little... The only problem not having flip and fly mode or hover pack, I'm still crying out for it. Still crying out for it. Once you've played creative mode for like 2 years, it's so hard to go back to normal building. Have I cocked up on this as well? Yes, I have. Good to see. Good to see that I've totally cocked up. Look at that. They don't even match. What an idiot. Right. Noob. Oh dear. You have to laugh or you cry. Right. Now, let me just, do we, okay, yeah, we can. Let's just stick on for the moment a thingy on there so I can get there safely without killing myself. Okay, so what we want to do, if we drop a thing here to try and get the alignment, I'm actually going to nudge it just forward half a tap. I keep doing that. I've been playing Star Rupture yesterday just to give myself a break, and I keep pressing the B key on here to get my build mode. And it's the torch. So dumb. So dumb. I have to say, I was watching a streamer called Victoria play Star Rupture, and she inspired me to go back to it because I'd sort of got myself in a bit of a pickle with it, with my starter base, and gone, oh, this is awful because it's such a mess. And I went on a stream and was saying to her, basically, I've cocked up on the thing, and she was like, do you want to see my starter base? And she took me over to the starter base, and it was just an absolute shambles of spaghetti. It was wonderful. It gave me hope, so I went back and started going again, and I've actually progressed quite well so far, so I'm quite happy. But it was quite funny. Right, now I've got to think, do I just... There's two options here. I can either just do a lovely curve, go around to a curvy, and keep it sort of semi-organic like that. Or we can build it in with, actually needs to come down that lift a notch. Or we can build an actual platform that comes around onto here as well, all on the same level and comes across to that. Not sure at this stage. I'll leave that to afterwards. Decisions. Let's take it to there and see what that sits like. It's probably going to be too low or something. No, that looks okay. Oh, it is a fraction low. It's dropping down. Which means this is not at a set height. So, let's have a think about this. I'm still doing it, still pressing the blinking B key. What's going on? Right, that's world grid there, but the height is correct, so I've kept it at the same height, as you can see. So that's correct. So what we need to do, if it's going to let us, And this is the question. What I'm going to do is make a bit of a mess, and then we will clean it up. I'm going to do that. We're going to pull that out. We're going to go back. We're going to re-sit it on there if it's going to let us. Or is it going to be too high? Take one off, just try it. See if it's gonna. It is gonna let us. Okay, okay, that's good. So, question is rotation. Okay. Come on. You just let me do it. There we go. So if we do that, then we can pull these off. And then we can get an alignment on that after. And that just means getting a bit dark here, boys. That means that lift should go up a notch and they'll be level with that. We just need to work a system out for here. We might be able to use these slopey thingies and make a little platform that works. But I think that's got to go. I think I've not turned it enough. Oh, okay. Back we go to the drawing board. Let's try that. Maybe one more. Maybe 2 clicks in. Probably wondering what on earth I am trying to do. I don't know. No, I do. What I'm trying to do is get a little alignment going. So we're going to, that's aligned there. So what we can do is come across half a, it's not going to go half. But the alignment is better. We could put it on a, how can I get that to slide? We could put it on a, what's the name? One of these. There and there. What we're going to do is keep that reference point there. Come back and then we can slide it wherever we want, which is exactly what we want. That looks about halfway. Then what we should be able to do then is get one of these and snap it to that. There we are. And now we're in line and we're at the right height. So that's going to produce that. Maybe we should have twisted this around just so it was square. You know how it goes with me. Because if that's the case, I can use, we come down, we can use these fellas here and do a little, you know, feature thing of it. Here I am worrying about details before I've even actually got any construction actually working. Nothing new, nothing new. See, that would work if that went in there. Okay, we're going to have to realign this town and rebuild it. That's okay. But that gives us a rough pitch for that coming in then. And I think that will look nicer. And then this can go like there. And that's where it will go. This little fella will be able to come on the end, coming around the corner. Like that. And then we'll have another one here doing the curvy thing on the corner here. So we can go like that. That can come out. Then we'd have that on that corner. Is that going to look right? Is that going to still line? No, it's not. So we do need to shove it across. Okay. I wonder what that would look like on there, whether that would work or not. Or whether it would look dumb. Because that alignment's better. That's where it's going to work. That might work. If not, we'll just pull this out half a what's it? Yeah, it needs a bit of an ellipse, so that can come out. That can come out. And we can do a... Ah, dear. Still doing it. Doing a star rupture double jump with the jump button. Hey, yay. Okay. So let's do... Back up here. Half foundation, that's the one. Oh, we don't want that thickness though, do we? Can we change the... Want that one. Is that going to be right? Then that comes and sits. Drop that down. Okay. I think that's going to be better. Just gives it a little bit of lift. And sort of presence on that corner. And we'll have to... Yeah, we can overlap, it's not a problem. Why don't we do it on that one? And that will sort of semi-align. Maybe not, maybe it is that one. Yeah, then that will align with the gap. That one doesn't though. Maybe do that. And that would be better. Then it will align. Okay. Wondering whether this should actually be concrete. I think that's going to work better. I think that's, we just need to redo this, rebuild this in a line now with this. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. Won't take long. Oh, really? Thank you. God, that was hard work. So I'm just going to change the pattern here a little bit. We're going to go 1, break it up, 2, 3 in the middle, then back to 2, and back to 1. That then gives us a pattern. That's good. We can get rid of that now as well. That's that. We do that. Uh, Right. 1, 2. Pop that in. There you go. Right. That was easy enough done, wasn't it? That was no biggie. Just got to sort this one out. 1, 2, 3, 4 on there to get that. We'll bring these there. And I think we had yeah, not that one. Oh no. Yep. Oh, yep, 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 yep. Whoop, whoop. Right. And here we're going to have to wrap it back around. So we're going to need another one of those just to finish it off there. And here we're going to need the other one, the inverse one. Which is here. All being well. There we go. This one here will wrap around the back as well. That's now in line, which is good. So this is aligned to this, which is great. And that means we're going to get a much better thingamajiggy what's it alignment. I'm going to take that back. line these up. And then that lift can come. We'll have to go back up and redo the lift marking. Something's not quite right up there. We'll sort it out. Let's go up and have a look. Now that needs to come off, that needs to come off, and that little fella in there needs to come off, so we're going to have to undo that one. And this should be at the same level. It is. Sweet. We'll just and we'll stick in one of these just to give us a point to hinge off, and that should go down nicely. So there. Oh, did I face that the right way? Yes, I did. We could go for a square corner, but I wanted to keep some curvature involved in this because I want it, although it's not going to be a plant organic flower type building, this one is going to still be reasonably organic in curves, but I want to keep that sort of continuity of thought going basically. Okay, so that's tower 1 underway, and obviously we need to put sides on it and make it look sweet, and then we can and put some lighting in and stuff to, you know, make it awesomeness. Come on. I can't believe I can't get up there. Look at that, just stuck on it. I want my hover back. So what we can do, we're just going to carry on putting these pieces. I always find it weird on this particular foundation series how one lip sticks out. If you notice on the sides, if you look at the alignment here, and then if we spin it around, you can see the alignment there, and you can see on this corner here where it joins the change. I've always found it weird that it's not actually square basically in terms of it, you know, there's that offset like that. Always really odd. Never quite understood that, why they did that. But there we are, who am I? I only come here and build. They still haven't sorted it out going the right same way. It might be because it's in experimental mode. Someone else I noticed was complaining on their stream about it the other day as well. Overall though, the devs do really well on this game. I cannot complain, and now I've built myself into a hole. I shall leave that there because I no doubt I will end up back down there at some point. I should have done that one first, really. But like a noob, I didn't. Schöner. We'll do something with this in the end. We'll possibly bring it out and wrap it around, or we'll just leave it going into the rock like that. Not 100% sure yet. Wait and see, Pud. Wait and see, pudding. Let's do zoop. Nope. I think it needs something else to break this up a little bit. Maybe we should need to do a steel beam or something running up it. Just add a bit of texture in. Something like that. That might work. Then we can do this one coming down there, going up into there. Definitely going to have to wrap that around at some point. Can't see which way that's facing, unfortunately. That way. No? Yes. 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 Okay. Hello, Samor. Tons of Samor here. And we'll get some lighting on there. We'll do some stuff. Let's just try something for a second, see if we can. Just pop that there. Let's go here. Let's go to our pink light for the moment, just for the default. We could do something like this up either side of the metal pillars, just to give it a bit of snazz. We might change the colour of the lighting, of course. It might become more subdued or whatever, but it's just at the moment just a visual reference so that we can see what's going on, see if it works or not. Where are we? Interesting. Okay. See, that one doesn't want to go to the same spot, which is very interesting. Let me try. No, down there. Half tap on the old nudge. Just want to get a feel for this and see whether it's going to sort of like be the right direction for me to go with it. The color of the lighting isn't important at this point. We can adapt that according to the finish of the piece down the line. Oh, come on. Yeah, I think that will work. That'll add a little bit of boost to it, just to break it up a little bit, and we'll get lighting inside as well, inside here, so it will shine through with the behind the lift. So you'll see all the stuff going up then, which should be quite nice. Okay, so we have the basis there for something to happen, which is good. That's coal coming in. We'll replicate this over basically over the back end of this and have the other lifts coming in. We're going to have to possibly do a couple of them over that side because we're going to need my main concern is the coal, because we've got so limited coal here because it's an impure node. That's one of the big problems. So we're only going to get 150 maximum at this stage with the number 2 coal mine, and that's the limitation. Once it upgrades though, we can upgrade it all, but at this stage we're going to perhaps need to be a little bit savvy, and I'm thinking compacted coal. The generators will use less. So we've got a kind of a choice here, the way we play this, because my original concept on this was to have off this circle, was to have pods off it with the constructors, or we could just keep offsetting them, basically almost like lily pads type, but not lily pads, but that sort of thing, just offsetting them basically with the constructors on and stuff. And then on the other one, I was going to have on the other side the more of the finished product, so the animated wiring on the second leg. So that's sort of and steel. So basically anything, excuse me, that involves two parts. So it was basically like over here would be wiring, concentration, and possibly the compacted coal, and then everything else over this side. So because what we've got to get to is automated wiring, which is stators and the cable. So I'm thinking of producing all the cable and wire for the stators over this side, and then producing the stators and the automated wiring basically over the other side. And that leaves the compacted coal to be made somewhere. And whether we do that here or even at ground level, and that's where I'm not quite 100% sure yet where I'm going with this. So if we had another column here, we could bring up the copper. Maybe we should even have one on here. Oh, excuse me. Choices, choices, choices. So yeah, what I'm thinking here, let's just build another flipping ladder because otherwise I'm going to cry. No fly mode, no hover pack. So what I'm thinking here is something along, we need something in line with this. One here, and I can't see the alignment here at this stage, but so that's slightly off. Right, might need to come across one this side. So let's go there. Yeah, there's the centre to that. Okay. Um, That's better. Betterer. Then we can go to blueprints, radial framework medium, which is that one. And that gives you a size idea, but I think that's going to be too. Pod 2? No. Pod 1. Yeah. So we need to go H. Oh, excuse me. I've got to try and line that up if I can. So probably what I need to actually do is land on it, align it, and then jump off and then click it. It's going to go red for a bit, but that's okay. It is aligned. Look at that. That's not too shabby at all. Down one. There you go. Let's come down. It is overlapping with that one. Is that going to be a problem? Do we need to offset the height? What happens if we brought it down to, say, there? That could add to the eclectic look of the thing. So I say my builds tend to be very organic in the way I build them, not just in their shapes, but also in the process I use. I don't have a set drawing in my head necessarily. Sometimes I have a basic idea, and then beyond that, it's very much let's fly with it and see what happens. And yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Now, what do we need for compacted coal? Is that I have done a compacted coal for eons. I mean, are we talking about this thing? Is it an assembler? It is literally years since I've done compacted coal. It is. Alternatively compact coal. Okay. Uses up basically nearly half the coal out of that mine. And bear in mind we've got steel to make. But the question is, can we use compacted coal for the steel as well? That's an interesting question, because I've also never done or looked at that. I've always used pretty much fairly straight recipes actually. What do we need? We need a forge, just a foundry, sorry, to have a look. Compacted steel ingot. Ooh, awesome. I think we're heading in the right direction. Okay. So the other question I have then is, if we're doing stators which require... We're doing this one, because we need the copper wire. So if we're maxing this out, 12.5, hang on a minute, let me just... We're aiming for 10 on these, which is 5, so we need 10 stators. Okay, a minute, that's alright. So let's go back to stators. We need 10 per minute, so we're only talking about 1. Oh, it's going to be that, isn't it? So looking at 30 steel pipes. Okay, so we're just trying to work backwards here with the maths on this. Ooh. Ooh. And then we won't need the coal. Oh, okay, iron pipes. We can make iron pipes because we have 2 iron nodes. Even better. Okay, forget everything I said. We will use the alternative recipe and do iron nodes. Steel pipes, we need 30 per minute. Seriously on this, what does this produce? Oh, tons. So we don't even go close. 30 per minute, so we only need 1 constructor. Awesome. Very, very awesome. In that case, right, okay. Well, that's exciting, isn't it? We literally can have, from an iron node, would help if it was central, wouldn't it, at least? I haven't worked out the decoration to do on this yet to make these thingies. I haven't worked it out at all. We'll have to blueprint it. Because I want to use something that I can use on all of them, whether it's got like 1 in there or whether it's got 3 or whether it's got assemblers. What I do know is we're going to end up with lights or something around the edge anyway on these. Just so we get a reference point for one of the iron nodes coming in. Maybe another one coming in there, and then the copper one Go there. And if we do compacted coal for the generators, technically we don't need them because we've got 150, which exactly fills out and maxed out for generators, coal generators. With using the iron for the steel. But what we will need to do is smelt it. So got iron coming in, we're going to need to smelt. Actually, let's go to here. Good morning, Mac. Good to see you here, mate. Three things come to mind looking at this. One, flat building in New York City. The Jetsons, and three, the mushrooms. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of. I'm not sure about the weight of this pillar up here. I think it's too much going into here, and I'm looking at it now from a distance and thinking actually it probably needs to be chopped and made just as a slimmer pillar, but I don't know. We'll wait and see. We'll play around with it. It'll take a little bit of toing and froing. How are you anyway, good sir, this morning? Hope you're keeping well. It's normal, so that means I can get 600 out of it. Normal. So we have potential for 1200 here max down the line, but in the meantime, really? So what we need to now, if you want to align foundations to your miner, you can do it just by using the barrier. So you basically align your barrier central to your mine, and then you can snap your foundation to the barrier, and that gives you a central position down there. If we do that here, it does mean that the alignment at the top here is going to be out. So there's pros and cons with it. It worked on that one because it was on a curve, so it didn't matter because you lose the visual. This one, because it's so close to being straight on but just off, is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Question is, what would it look like with that offset at that point? So there's only one way to find out. Let's do a quick run with it and see what it looks like. Let's go up and have a look. All those ladders make you feel weird. Okay. That doesn't look too bad, and I'll tell you why. Because if we shifted, because bear in mind this is going to be the smelting, if we actually shifted this to here, so it's central to this, which is where it would come up. That's the old one. And here we might be able to fit in the, because we want one coming around. How much do we actually need? That's the real question. How many smelting do we actually need? So we've got a potential at the moment of 270 per belt, because that's the maximum we can do on a belt. Let's just have a little look for a second. 270. 75 coming in, so 270 divided by 75. It's 3.6, so 4 smelters would be ideal up here. Can we get 4 on here? No, is the simple answer. So, well, this could come out realistically to that position because it's still on the metal framework, and the tower is going to be coming up on the outside of it, so technically that can still come out there. That one there would be there. That could work. That's now got room, just. And then because you need mergers here. So that could technically work. Whether it aesthetically work is something else. I've got to work out what I'm doing design-wise for these whole pods anyway, because they're not going to just be sitting here like this. I've kind of got ideas, but we'll come to that in a bit. What I'm wondering, whether we can just punch that across a little bit more. Is that off or is it in? It's in. That curve. Oh! How are we doing this side? Because what we'd have here is a merger. In fact, we wouldn't even need that one, because this would come round here like that. This merger here, because how many were we producing, did we say? We were doing 75, wasn't it? It's just under, yeah. So we could in fact do even better than that. We're going to need one of those there. One of those there. That's going to go into there, that's going to go into there, that's going to go into there, then that is going to curve to there. Now what I wanted to see was, yes, we do have room, so we could move these forward a fraction. So let's bring it to there. Just see if this works. Is that still connected, even though I moved it? Interesting. Interesting, interesting. I did not know that that did that. Let me try the curve going the other way. From that direction to here. Doesn't make any difference. Doesn't seem to. I just want that curve not clipping basically to the outside wall, because of what I've got in mind. Damn close. Can I live with that? That is the issue there. That is the issue there, right there. Hmm. Well, no, we can resolve this very easily. I'm missing the obvious. Because we've now moved the what sits in, we can move the probably too far. Let's go back one. Maybe to there. Let's try that one. That misses a clipping, that works. Bit of a funny clip there though, I'll try it the other way. That's better. And that gets us the 4 smelters up here with no clipping on the side. It could work. It could work. Okay, so this produces all the... Now we need to go and produce a new floor. So if we got 3 and then reset the next blueprint, like that. Now it is clashing with the other one. That's a problem. Unless we keep offsetting them. I mean, that would be a bit mad, but could work. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. So if we offset it like that, what starts to happen visually? Let's go and have a look. Might need to go from a different angle and have a look. Can we reach that shelf? Yeah, we can. That could work. It almost needs to go more, actually. Looking at that. We go blueprint for a second. Bring that down. It almost needs to go out like that, you know, more. So it's a deliberate offset. It looks like it's meant to be there. Yeah, I think this could work actually. I just need to work out what I'm going to do with these pods as such, whether I'm going to close them in or not, because that's going to make a difference to how we offset these. Yeah, it's an interesting one. The problems of not building square flat factories. I actually think it could come up a bit as well. More to there. Let's have a look at that. I'm thinking that could look quite, maybe even more. It's like this is the way my mind's going, not in height wise here. I'm thinking more like this in terms of. I'll tell you why I'm thinking this. Yeah, because what I'm thinking is basically from. Oh, hello. Oh, I've run out of space. How could I run out of space? That's a bizarre one. Okay. Apparently I've run out of space. Oh, very odd. Don't understand that one. I've been building with all the materials and then suddenly I'm out of space. Well, if I had the materials here to start with to build, why am I now out of space? I don't know. Ah, maybe because it's taken from there. That's probably what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay, now I see the problem. Okay. That got me confused for a second. Right, what I'm thinking here is we can have, to carry on the whole idea of the organic shape, is we can actually have something coming off to the center of this. So I need to blueprint a design. And what we're looking at is a height of one, is that 6? 7. Can we even do 7 high in the blueprint yet? I don't know whether we can. Oh, it is 6 by the look of it. Yeah, 6. Not that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. We're okay, we're okay. So let's go to the blueprint designer. Let's have a little play. See if we can get something to work here. That's my parachute, isn't it? Clear blueprint designer. Okay, so what we want is a nice organic shape going from here up 5 parts basically. So let's just do my usual column. And I need to stick one of these fellas somewhere. Let's think about this. Well, we need to go up our height, don't we, with 5, wasn't it? 5 foundations we said. So that is the height we've got to get to. Still missed it. That's the location there. For the height, I think. Is this going to be right? I have no idea. So let's go with concrete for the second. How's that going to work? Is it not going to let me? It's not going to let me, is it? 1 second. So let me turn it that way, rotate it, but not on the other pillar. Why? H or no H? It doesn't let me flip and rotate. Hey, by gum, sometimes. Sometimes I really wonder. Allows me to do it while I'm on top view. Okay. All right. So, is it going to let me? Yes. Now the only problem with Satisfactory and its increments is you can't get a true 45. If you notice that, it goes either side of the 45, which is a pain in the bottom. Which is very frustrating. So it is going to be slightly offset. There's not a lot we can do about it. Because I don't think here it even lets us do the does it do 45 there? It does. Okay, so maybe we should just do it straight off there. It's the only way it lets you do it. Okay. I don't know whether this is going to work. This is a total experiment again, as is with the case with most of my stuff. And this is going to start twisting, I think, and not actually go how I want it. Okay, so we need to play a slightly different tune here. Yep, like that. Take that back off, redo it that way. Take that back out. Keep clipping the keys the wrong way in. Right. I'm hoping the angle on this is okay in terms of it's not going to create too many problems down here with the overlaps. But it seems to be okay at the moment. But sorry if I missed anything. Not trying to ignore you, Sam. I jumped in time of stream, wasn't aware. No worries, mate. We've just been basically, but this is the automated wiring, or going to be the automated wiring factory. I had a little. I went back to the other thing, which you'll be able to watch at the beginning of the video anyway, just where I started off. But yeah, we're just trying to see if I can start planning this out. As you know by now, I don't have a huge plan in place. I tend to work quite organically with the way I sort of operate. So I'm just sort of feeling my way at the moment with this and seeing whether we can do something with this. I think we can. I think there's potential here for us to do this offset sort of whole thing. If I can get the basic look going, then I can worry about the factories. And I know it's kind of the opposite of most people work. A lot of people, slap down a slab basically to build their factory, and then they sort of build the building around it afterwards as an afterthought. I tend to build the building and then think, right, how am I going to fit everything in? And I'm not saying it's the wise way to work, but it is the way I work. And I have promised one day on a map I will do a normal factory. A big giant flat Tesla-like monstrosity. It's going all right. Yeah, struggling sometimes just to get that out. We're at the wrong angle, really. Let's do a little bit of... There we go. Getting there, getting there, getting there. In fact, we're actually not far off because we need to work out a design. In fact, now for the connection, because I don't want this just going up off the steelwork and end like this, holding up the pod ring. So what we need to do is work out some little fitting here that might be appropriate. Oh, come on. We had this problem on the last build we did, didn't we? Would you remember with it not going straight to the... You do it on default, it just goes vertical. If you do diagonal, it doesn't always follow the diagonal you want. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I guess it depends on the increments. Very annoying. Let's try a different way. Usually there's ways around things. It's just finding the way around it. So we can do that. And then possibly do that. Get rid of that. Build one underneath. And then go down. Like that. And that's the way around it. Okay. Now what do I do? What do I do? Okay. Let's just play. Even better. Right, back up to the top so we can actually see what we're doing. Or pretend we can see what we're doing. Oh, right, let's do that first. Yep. Okay, so that's in alignment there. Whoa. Okay. Always puzzles. Puzzles. Just for a second, I just need to do that so I know which height I'm going to. And get rid of that one. And we go to that one. That's too vertical, is it? I'm just playing here with a minute to see if we can work something out. It might not work, but don't know if you don't try. Sometimes some of the craziest stuff that I've done has come about by experimenting. I don't know quite what I'm trying to do here, but well, I sort of do, but I don't, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to make a connector, basically, so it looks like there's something attaching. I know what I can do. Uh, I'm trying to make something look like it's actually connecting, um, and not just, up there. Well, I think I know what I can do. Come on, my little friend, I need height. I need to be able to get around this object. I need a hover pack. It's not giving me damn hover packs yet. Oh dear. All this nonsense. Absolute nonsense of not having movement early in game. So wrong. Come on, fix it. Sort yourselves out. Give us hover packs earlier. Not everybody's building flat platforms for a factory. Okay. What I want to do is, if it's going to let me, there we go. Now, is it going to let me? Right, what's the next phase? The next phase is this. Yep, we can do that for the minute. Then we can reattach arms at the right heights afterwards. What about alternating between fans and vents? They have a slightly different exterior texture appearance. Yeah, that is an alternative. Um, yeah, they do. In fact, we could. It didn't like that position, does it? I'm gonna have to redo the old opening thing. And then large vent. There you go. Oh, excuse me. I think this is going to work actually. Once I've got it actually sorted. uh, Once my brain cells actually accomplish something. Is that a half drop down? Must be. Like that. Yeah, I think it could work. This could work. This could work. Ay, 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 ay. I make life so difficult for myself. Better put the thing on in case it's a different, for some reason, different height. Not that one. Fan first. Just an opinion. Those vents big to have bright lights pointing down and oh yeah, totally. I've got to do lighting, yeah, 100%. Got to do lighting, yeah. I've got to, there's so much here. It's like this thing here you see at the moment, this tower that's going to be going around the sides. This I think is too heavy, and I think I need to pull all this out and just have basically a smaller version of it going up. I think it's just too heavy. So I think it needs to be more sort of just like that, basically a slimmer version that just connects at the top. So I've got stuff like that I've got to sort out yet. I've just been playing with it this morning and just, yeah, giving it a go, see what happens. Um, but lighting is definitely a key thing, and that's why I was experimenting up here, just putting on these, on the metal columns, putting lighting going up. I don't know whether I'll go with the pink yet. It might be a completely different color scheme over here, but we'll see how we go. But I quite like this. I quite like the pod idea. I think this pod thing's sort of working. This arm, that's the height we've got to get to. I've got to work out yet the arms for this to hold these all in. We might even go, I wonder what the braided cable looks like. ugly. Don't know, I'll have to put something here first. I might have to actually take that one off. I think it's fine as is. And then just use these, I sort of rotated, spun off it to get the angle. I think that's going to be wrong in it. Yeah, we're going to need the metal thingy again, and I don't know whether I've now cocked up and made it the wrong. Yeah, I have. Damn. Never get rid of your working pieces before you're finished. I'm going slightly mad. It's finally happened. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I'm probably massively overcomplicating the way I could have done this, but never mind. It's still out. What's going on? Why can I not connect to that? I thought that would have done it. What have I done wrong here? That is bizarre. Okay, I didn't do that. Yeah, power lines. Yep. Don't understand quite why I can't get this aligned off here. Doesn't make sense. Because that is halfway, that is the center. So we should be able to that should align. And for some reason it just doesn't. Maybe it isn't exactly halfway then. Maybe that is the problem. $6 is not halfway. Okay, maybe that's what I should have done, was done a $5 that way, $6 that way, and then aligned it from there. Maybe that's what I should have done. Shoulda. Yeah, let's do that. That'll be the easier way of doing it. Save me trying to flaff around trying to actually constantly achieve it. Just realign it in a way that you can remember, hopefully. And that should be roughly the surface. How far off are we? Let's have a little look. One more. Do we really want to go one more though? Or maybe we take that one off. Maybe do that. That's then going to touch and go slightly in, which is fine. That can come off. That can come off. Right. Then we need okay, I'm actually going to take this one out for the minute for the sake of building purposes, just for the minute. Again, just playing at this stage. Come on, please. Nope, just missed it. Doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to do it. Nope. It doesn't want to play ball. Okay, we get that idea. One, two. Is it a half one? Looks like it. I wonder if the fan would chop up the light. Never tried it. Um, that comes, other thing that comes to mind, power lines holding it together like tiny arms. Yeah, and that could work. I've just got to work out. Um, I wanted something, if I could, organic in here, but I don't think it's going to work. We've got nothing curved, you see, basically, that, and the only way I can make curves is by doing small increments, and that on this scale is very hard. It's okay over the whole of this sort of size thing, but to do it in here is actually extremely difficult on something so small. I haven't yet been able to accomplish that. Interesting, doesn't want to work. This eventually is going to come out because we're going to have the other fan in here. But what I'm trying to see is whether I can use something as a reference off or not. I don't like the gap, you see, that's my problem. That gap is just awful, and then the increments get too big. Too big. I don't like those gaps. But that's the sort of thing I'm wanting. I just want to weld in the gap. I want to weld in the gap. I don't want gaps. I don't think it's going to do it. It didn't like me last time I wanted to do this, so I don't think it's going to like it again just because I've changed material. It's kind of a shame. These things used to snap to the center of these, or we used to be able to get beams to snap to the center. I don't know why we can't get other stuff too. Just wants to do its own thing and not actually do it. No. Scrap that idea, my dear friends. Unless I... do something else. Even as a diagonal, it doesn't want to do it. I'm going to have to really play with this and think about this another time. Let me just for the moment, let me delete that, and delete these. We've got those two lines sorted. These ones here need sorting. We come out 6 meters that way, 6 meters that way, undo these, stick those on. And then takes them out a little bit wider, but that's okay. We don't mind that. One. Two. I think that's going to work roughly there. Like that. I think what I will do for future is just hide that in there, and then we know we've got the point of reference for the future if we need it. Like that. And I can get rid of these. Just got to work out these arms. What about using regular pipes to make a weeping willow type effect with the fans at the ends? Yeah, no, you're alright. You're all fine brainstorming ideas, mate. I have no worries about that at all. Yeah, street lights I've done before. What I don't know, I don't think it will. The other one I've used to use was signs. So I used to use a 2-meter sign. Let me just do this. Get a 2-meter sign, and I'd stick that inside. And that can sort of work, but not in the fashion I think that you're wanting it to. Because I know what you're wanting. You're wanting the effect I had on my power thing, where the light is fragmented away from the leaves, and it creates those lines. It looks pretty awesome. And if you could get that on the fan, it would be mind-blowing. But I don't think we can. Oh, is it going to let me? Yes, finally. Let's just have a little. Blue medium. Now this one obviously has got a weld plate on it, so it's not going to have the same effect. But that's what you get with the signs. So you can see the fan with the colour behind, but you don't get the rays as far as I know, unless at night time they pop out. What I would do is going to go a little bit higher. That's, yeah, I want to be at that height. Okay. Let's just get some assistance in here. The other thing we can do here is we can put a little sometimes these things work, sometimes they don't. It's just a lot of the time you don't know, until you try it. Almost doesn't do enough to warrant, unless at night time it shows up more. Signs do work, yep, they do. Yeah, yep. I want to see this at night time though. It's too light at the moment. It would be interesting to see. I've just got to work out what I'm going to do with these arms at the moment to connect these. Excuse me. I think at the moment it's kind of. I think what I am going to save a copy of this. So let's put this up as automated wiring. Arm test, and we're going to save that as a test run, and then we're going to resave it as the actual arm, and that's going to allow me to get rid of these things and give me a copy where I've still got that height in and everything else to manipulate as I need to. What I do want to do is put that blue sign, or possibly pink into these ones as well. Just for laughs and giggles. And the way we can do that, because of the way this whole thing works, no, 2 meter one. What I want to do is copy paste that one really. Yeah. Am I going to do that? Am I going to go that crazy? It looks like I might try it. It's a very clever design and I like it. This is the kind of stuff I can doodle with still. If I come up with anything good, I'll email you a screenshot. Yeah, and totally, mate. It's just this is all part of the. A lot of my builds, once I get going, I'm doing this a lot, and a lot of the time I don't do it on stream just because I know not everybody wants to watch me spending hours undoing and redoing, and and then people go, "Oh, why did it take you 500 hours to build a building?" And I'm like, "Well, there's a reason for that." I was hoping I might be able to overlap these and create a circle, but it doesn't let me, so I can't. So all that was a waste of time, but anyway, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot because I was trying to create a circle within there, so it looked like it rather than just having a square. Never mind. Best laid plans of mice and men and all that. Now I've created another problem for myself there. Too many blimmin' Can't you do it? You can do it when you're being cute. Ooh, that one disappeared. Where did that one go? And that one did. I've got 2 disappeared. That's bizarre. They must be at different heights, slightly. What's going on? Thank you. Now it lets me delete. Sometimes it makes me really wonder. Should be just above the light like that. Above the fan, I mean. Yeah, there you go. I think that one went up too high and it got lost. There we go. No, is it? Right. So we have some fans, we have a little bit of light on them, but we're going to do other lights. We've just got to work out these legs. That is the main problem now. Back to architecture. So let's. Oh, actually, before I delete those, really, 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 really. Why are you not connecting for me where I want you to? Just looks a bit dumb in my view like that. It doesn't look good. Just doesn't look right. These need to move across. They're actually out of line. Okay. Back we go to the drawing board. There's the one that went missing. So we can get rid of those as well while we're here anyway. Then we can do that there, and hopefully this time it will match. Let's do it to there. It's up one notch. Up one notch. Likely you've mentioned this in your Discord where you and others do most of the brainstorming. Yeah, I don't, there's not much conversation on my Discord. We're quite a quiet bunch actually. But it's, you know, it wasn't really, the thing for me was Discord was set up years and years ago when I was playing EVE Online. And it wasn't, actually, it wasn't really ever sort of set up for Satisfactory as such. or my streams, in fact, even. So it's kind of like it's just been there as a bonus thing, and it just means if people do want to share a picture of something they've done, screenshot or whatever, or want to talk or brainstorm, they can. Basically, it's available to them, and that's the only real reason for it being there. It's now not going to work, is it? Looks kind of crappy. I don't mind the straight ones here, but these two on the angle are causing the problem. I don't think we even need that one up there, to be honest. I think that's one too many. But that looks weird with these arms. It doesn't look right. Oh, so frustrating. I've got to do something with this. I really have. I've got to work something out that's a little bit different than this, because I like it. I don't mind this, and I don't mind the idea with the fans and that holding all this up. That's fine. It's just this definitely not right with me. I do not like the arms. And I'm going to have to sort that out because it's going to bug me no end. I'm just going to do this for a minute just to so we can get in here, because I need to steal that, and we need to, yep, half kick above. Half kick above, yep. Yeah, I do not like these arms. These arms just cannot stay like that. That's truly dreadful. Need some. What can I use? How can I use it? More to the question. Tell you what, anyway, while we're contemplating the deeper things of life there, let's save blueprint for the moment. Actually, no, we'll keep that for the second because that's the location point. Let's just go and actually try this on here and see whether it works after all that hassle. Oh nice, my ladder needs shifting. Let's see if we can actually get this to work anyway before we worry about the arms, and then we can worry about the arms. And as I say, I might spend all night doing it off stream, so I just don't completely bore you all out more than usual. Right. So my goal is, my idea here was that we would have this little fella coming off why is it sinking into the ground like that? Shouldn't be sinking into the ground like that. I don't know the position of this in terms of the angle, but we'll just try and get a rough. Bear in mind the centerpiece is going to be a bit lower than that. We can only have one fan, not two. Don't know whether I've even got the right point here. So it looks like we might need to bring that out further, which is fine. Let's go up one. So we're looking at around here. How far we take that in, I don't know yet. We may take it in a bit so it looks like it's got a bit of a firm connection, or we might be able to put some weld plates on from about there. That might work if we can get the angle right and get the alignment right. But at the moment it's sort of sitting around there somewhere. Okay, let's just plonk it in for the minute. And then we're going to repeat that at the right height and then delete the old one. Where are we going? Blueprint? Yep, start with. And then we want to come down. To about there-ish. So we've got some adjustments that do need making. You can see that straight away. Between the four heights of the four fans are different, so we're going to need to adjust that. What I'm thinking is to aim for that to be roughly central. Something like that. That's interesting. Maybe, actually, I should line it up more with the four pieces, fans hitting the four corners. interesting. Like that. If I can get that aligned properly, that would be more suitable. Rotation isn't quite right on it, but that's roughly the right idea. So let's just pop it in for the moment, just so we get a visual, see what's happening. Trust her, I'm just using the pipe for the arms. Looks like a share head goose. Not horrible, might have some potential with the master's head. Thank you, mate. I'm glad you're having a little play again with Satisfactory. It's good. Yeah, that needs adjusting more. But that's the rough concept. Obviously, we can have lights and all sorts of things on the side to jazz it up and blah, 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 etc. But that's what I'm thinking of, is these sort of like arms coming up that have these supports underneath holding the pod up. Once we got some nice lighting on here and stuff, I think it could start to work. It's just really hard at the moment because I have no idea what this actual builder's. Forget the arms now. Yeah, exactly. It's difficult because I don't really know the finished look of this. It might turn out a total disaster and I have to delete the whole lot. But I'm sort of like, this needs to align better. These need to align with the pod. Now here's a question. Maybe I just do the arm with this centerpiece here. These parts here, in fact, go into the blueprint of that, attached at the right location. And that might solve that problem. Reminds you of a serving buffer tray. And then that means these can get aligned properly. They can be aligned with these four corners. And then that whole blueprint can just be maneuvered around so it's basically then central to this pivot point. I think that could work. And I've even got an idea coming to my head now for here to finish it off here. So let's go back. Let's go back to the blueprint. What we're going to do is we are going to save this as automated wiring, save blueprint. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come in here, we're going to delete this, no, we're going to delete this. We're going to delete that, 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 and that, and that. And then we're going to resave this. We can get rid of that, get rid of that. We can resave this as, and I don't know whether this is going to work. We may have to rebuild this from scratch down the bottom, I'm guessing, because actually, yeah, it's not going to work. So what we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to build, let's just do this. It shouldn't take too long. This should not take too long at all. That's the wrong one. That's the correct one. So what we're going to do, we're going to go here. 1, 2, 3, up, 1. 1, 2, 3, up, 1.5. And that is then the thing. And the reason why it won't work doing it the way I wanted to do it, or was initially thinking, is that the center point to the blueprint has to be within the box for it to work. And of course, if we move this into another blueprint and move this right down to the bottom, the center point will be outside of the box, which basically means it will disappear when we resave the blueprint, I believe, unless they've changed the mechanic on that. But they have stopped, from what I understand, you being able to build outside of the radius now of the blueprint machine. So what we're going to do is we're going to call this automated arm. This is going to be called the fans, just on its own. We can select an icon for this one now, because this is a little blueprint on its own design. There we go. Sweet as. Save blueprint. Right, now what we can do is, I think, we'll try and see if this will work. So what we needed was I need to really sort these out, man. Wiring pod, is that the one? Can't see the center of it. Yes, it is. Why is that partially overlapping? Where is it partially overlapping? That is not partially overlapping. Why is it telling me it's partially overlapping? You lying toads. It is not partially overlapping. That's garbage. Why? Why is it telling me it's partially overlapping? Oh, maybe I have to do it. Maybe it has to be that way. Maybe the circle is not actually a perfect circle, which I don't think it is. No, still says it's partially overlapping. Why? You are not. Look, white line, corner, corner. Oh, man alive. This is going to blow out all of my theory of what I wanted to do. Damn you. Why is it partially overlapping? I built the blueprint in this machine. It can't be. Look, I can load it. So you load. So why are you telling me you're partially overlapping if you can load? It's bollocks. Excuse my language, but that does tick me off. Look at it. Okay, let's try something there a second. Let's just look, so I've noticed that it's not aligning somewhere. That is aligning. Look at it, perfect alignment. And it says it's partially over the blueprint designer. That is a flaw. That's a fault. So I am going to... Can I screenshot that? Because I want to send that off to the devs. Yep, managed. Let me just save that a second. Pictures. Find it increasingly exciting. Yeah, it is when it works. Increasingly frustrating as well when you get silly things like this happen. It's like, why? Yeah, it's like, it's aligned. And of course, this is too low for me to do. Oh, is it? Is it? Maybe. Okay. Right, let's just try something here for a second. So this is the square that this curve is sitting in. And we need... I might just have to... I don't think I can put the blueprint... Oh, okay, let's try something else here a second. Automated wiring up. No. No. Blueprint. Fans. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so that's going to let me do that, but that's like way too high up. And what I was wanting was that to sit lower, but the blueprint won't let me sit lower. Okay, that's the alignment that way. That's what I'm aiming for. That could still work though. That could still work. So let me put, oh, not that one, not that one. I want the beam. You swine. It's now not going to let me select the beam, is it? Thank you. Flippin' heck. Getting stressed on things going wrong. Right, okay. Bring it down. Maybe one. Okay. Is that right? It's interesting that that one aligned to the beam okay. This one now is having a little paddy. Very bizarre. See, there it lines all right. Both sides are pretty equal off the pillar. What is going on with Satisfactory at the moment? Seriously. See, that's incorrect. Let me redrop the blueprint, see if I can get it a better, like there. One up, or half of one up. So one, one, half, half. Okay, that's better. Is that sort of where? No, it definitely needs to go across a bit more. There you go. Half that way, half that way. I think that gap there is looking too big now. How the hell did I do that before? Three rivets showing there, 4 rivets here, so you can see the problem. It's not sitting, even with a half nudge, it's not sitting correctly. Maybe it's a opposites thing. That one's working a bit better. So it might be an opposites thing. Might be that there's a... Because I don't think this outer circle is absolutely perfect, basically. I don't know. It should be, but I just had a feeling when I did it something wasn't aligning correctly, and I think there's a few alignment issues at the moment going on that I've noticed in Satisfactory, but it may just be me. See, that one there's not too bad. So why is this one here not wanting to play ball? It's weird, isn't it? I wonder if there's a there's a rotation difference on the fans like the half foundations. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? Because these three work perfectly fine though. It's just this one. Somewhere here, this doesn't want to play ball. There we are. It's finally done it. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Do not ask me how, why. I have no idea. Right. Anyway, back to this automatic wiring pod. So we now have the fans officially in the corners, which leaves then only the arm. Now, the other thing I wanted to do on this one was the centerpiece for that arm piece to slot into. And I came up with a little idea that I have no idea whether it's going to work or not. Or what it's going to look like, but we can try it. And I don't think it's going to work because I can't get above it to rotate. So what we're going to do is just save that for a second. Clear Blueprint Designer. Oh, don't tell me that's going to happen like that. Really? Because this is down below the blueprint. Yep, it's not going to work. Flippin' heck. Devs, what have you done? You've screwed things up so massively on the blueprints. It's getting frustrating. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is start from scratch. Pain in the arse that it is. But there's only one way around this. Because they have, whatever they've done with the coding to stop people building outside of the thing for doing huge big stuff, they've in the process made it so finite that you can't have anything at all, even partially through the blueprint machine, and it's basically screwing up, which is not what I want. It's not what I want, it's not what I need. Right. So we have a little central hub, and I think that bottom piece of the arm is hopefully going to sit into this, as it were, and will make it look like there is some connection there, which will be good. Oh, seriously, you've got to be kidding me, this thing. This is now starting to wind me up. It's like, why? Why? Right, there is my center point. Now what we can do is we come up to that height. Now to go to the edge of the thing here is 16 meters. We want to knock off 4, so we come to 12. And then we stick on one of those. What the heck is going on? Yeah, I know. It's frustrating, mate. There's obviously a few little glitches still with the way they've done the coding for this, because I'd heard that they'd stop people building out because there was a number of builders who were using and basically the principle was you could build something way bigger than the blueprint machine as long as the center point of the blueprint, i.e. the point somewhere here, is still within the box basically. So effectively I could make this, clear this, move this across, and I could move it right over to this edge. So suddenly all of this was outside the box, and you could keep building and building and building like that basically as long as you kept resetting a new blueprint and making sure that the center point of the blueprint overall was still here. And you could go out literally miles. It was ridiculous. So I'd heard that they'd changed it so that you can't do that anymore. What they've done in the process is I think they've somewhere screwed up the coding so that even when you drop a blueprint in that you've already made within the box and put it back in, it's now not working. That is silly because there are blueprints where you want multiple or bits from other blueprints in it to be added, and you should be able to do it. Even if it goes to the boundaries, they should have a tolerance on there that allows more than what they currently are. And I think that's what's happened. I think there's just a bit of a problem there with the blueprint. But I'll send a WhatsApp off to them and with a picture and show them what's happening. And just say to them why. Just why. I am a 5-year-old. Why? Why is the sky blue? But I believe that's the problem. Default. Really? That is not default. Default goes out straight, thank you. Back to 12. Now, I think this way of building that looks inaccurate, and I think that's what's happened last time, even for the whole thing to get slightly out, but we'll find out as we go around. Use the connector, it snaps it back to the 12 meters exactly and stops that increment, tiny little increment. So you'd see there on the number when I do go to the edge, it's 12.166. And this is where a lot of people get confused when they're building circles and then find they don't actually make a circle. So you have to put these connectors on because they will snap to the nearest meter, so it will take it back to the 12. Again, unless they've changed the coding on it, but that I believe is the case. But I could be wrong. I have been wrong before many times. Such a pain having to rebuild this when it should have done that already. Come on. 12.166. Oh yeah, snapped on the wrong point as I clicked. Locked in. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Connector first. Interesting. Let's just see if that actually lines up how it's looking like it is. Okay. Okay. We're nearly there. We nearly got back on track. I'm seriously going to have to sort these blueprints out though after. They're now like in state of chaos. I started off so well. And it just ended up like my art studio and got more and more chaotic as it went. Oh, got to actually put the piece in before. Come on, you can do it. Yeah. This is where it gets a bit picky because I've got to work out which one it's snapping to. Is it snapping to that one? Is it snapping to that one? Or is it going dead in the center? And it looks to me like it's going dead in the center, which is not what I want. Oh, it's worked out all right though. It has worked out all right. Okay, cool. But that's actually a better circle than last time, which is interesting. Last time it was fractioning out, so something hadn't quite snapped correctly. So that's okay. Oh well, I can live with that. Sometimes it's good to do things 300 times over, isn't it? Then come down to these. Want it nice, do it thrice is my motto. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Um, now is that? I think I've got to come down to there because I think the bit that goes up above. It's a shame they don't make a quadrant this size. It's one of the things I've been asking for since the very beginning of Satisfactory, pretty much. When they produced these ones, was why don't we have a quadrant the size of the top of a circle piece? And I've just, yeah, it just drives me mad because they've never done it, and I don't know why. Um, don't know why. It just doesn't make any sense at all for them not to have done it, basically. It doesn't make any sense. Because look how nice that is, you see? And you get a nice curve going around to the... Makes such a difference. Just trying something here for a second. In case you're wondering why I'm putting two on top of each other. Yes, I am. That's okay. That will work. Um, Come on. That way. this one here moves that way. And this is where we need the vents now coming down. So what we're going to do, we're going to do back to that default on each of this corner, just to make sure we're trying to get in that alignment roughly right. Be interested to see if this time it actually aligns properly itself. And architecture, then we want to go so where do we want to pull it into? Let's try there. Come back half. Is that it? It's fractionally out, but it's not bad. Let's try the fan one. Yeah. To there. I think that needs to actually be redone. If we can get that aligned properly, it should come down and fill that gap. There we go. Like that. Oh, that isn't correct. Okay. That looks better. Yeah, there you go. So, if that's the case, that looks like a similar fit to the other one, sort of kind of nearly 100%, but not quite. Now, does that come down a fraction? Is that a half? I think it was, yeah. Oh, I've totally missed it, haven't I? I've done it in completely the wrong spot. What an idiot. Ay, 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 ay. Right. Sometimes I really wonder about myself. And that's now not going to clip right. A swine of a thing. It's sort of right on this side, but not on this side. So try that. That's looking better. And that's now on the radius where it should be. That looks correct. Dun, dun. Try again. To there. That's better. Right, that's two of the evils done. The only thing we haven't got put on here yet, which is the lights, but I will have to, I think, play with that after. No, that way. And that also is correct. Very good, we're nearly there, nearly there. That looks about right. Yep, good. I'm getting the hang of it finally. Very good. Right, so we have, don't undo that, thank you. Undo that. So we now have the 4 fans, instead of being on a separate blueprint that wouldn't save, we now have them here. I'm thinking as well we might be able to do some like lights, bright lights, something like that. Which will always look cool. Interesting. What's done different here? That one's out. That is not correct. Hey. And you know what I forgot to do first? Put down a beam. Now, so it should be just sticking out, not totally. There's something isn't quite right. I don't think. Mind you, that one's out quite a way. Yeah, these are all out quite a way. What are you going on about? Maybe there is a discrepancy because it's definitely low. If you look up here, the difference up here and the difference up here. And yet if we align it to the beam, which is in the corner, how strange. How strange a thing can you get? Right, that is central. So if I go one click that way, one click that way, half a click that way, half a click that way, it should be even Stevens. Maybe that's what we have to do, is actually put it central to start with. And then go one click, half click, one click, half click. And always use the center point first. One click, half click, one click, half click. I think that's going to be the only way I could do it. Otherwise, there's always going to be a problem. One click, half click, one click, half click. Okay, redo, repeat and rinse. How many times have I done this? Yep. This is what happens when you just try to do it off the bat. No, that's completely wrong as well. What is going on here? Right, that is center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lock in place. Why is that? That's center. So why is that so hugely different? Oh, I know what I haven't done. Of course, what a noob. What a noob. Right, one click, half click, one click, half click. That's what I forgot to do. It's like, what on earth is going on? Getting tired. One click, half click, one click, half click. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. One click, half click, one click, half click. One click, half click, one click, half click. That's looking better. Right. So, where were we? Light. So I think we can stick a light on each side of these and this will prove quite nice. Okay, we need to tilt it. What ifs? If we tilt it how many notches did we tilt? I don't know. We just want it so it clears that anyway. Like there. 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 Now we need to make sure we've got the rest of these pillars done correctly, because I've done 2 of them but not the other 2. Though that looks alright, those 2. No, this one's wrong, this one's wrong. But these 2 are the ones done because these 2 are showing the corner just on that back edge. So that's alright, so we've got these 2 to do. So in fact I'm actually going to take that out. No, I've stuck it in. Oh man, yep, getting tired. Once I've got this done I shall probably call it a day today, because I've been in a bit of pain for the last few days with my back. My back is gone basically a few days ago. Don't know why. 1.5, 1.5. And I think my body's just tired, to be honest, with wearing it out with pain. 1.5, 1.5. Here we go. 1.5. No. Another one. Yeah. 1.5. One and a half. 1.5. Sweet. Just this side to go. Bum 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 bum. 1.5. 1.5. That's better. We've got more into a thing with it now where we know what we're doing. 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. One and a half, 1.5. There we go, love it. Right. Actually, yeah. That's okay, that's all done. That one's done, that's it, I think, other than colouring these up. Unpainted, unpainted, unpainted. Unpainted. Now we just need to put a cable power source available and a thingamajiggy, what's it, light controller. So I think what we're going to do for that is place it above one of these lights, possibly, if I can. What's up above? Let's have a little look. what I will do is I'm going to save this now as point of difference. So we're going to call it the auto wiring pod base. Just so we've got a point of difference for it, so we know what we're doing. Save blueprint, and then I can delete the others as and when I get to sorting. Don't do, my friend. I need to sign off as well. Thank you very much. Being welcome into your studio is the highlight of my day. Best regards, Mac. Thank you, Mac. Glad you're enjoying it despite the frustrations. There is a problem here with part of this blueprint. You notice here, boom. This one here is not sitting correctly, has not snapped correctly. So what we're going to do, let's see if we can just fix that. It's that one there. It should. Yeah, it's the one I thought, where I didn't know whether it's snapping to the correct position or not, and it's not. It's exactly what I thought would happen. What we can do to try and resolve that is that's correct. So if we take that one out, take that one out, come back to the freeform, snap it to that, and we can pop that in there, which is now correct here. So that's aligning correctly there. We know this one was aligning correctly to that one, so we can pop that back in, and that should solve the problem, and it does. Love it when a plan works. There we go. Let's check the rest of the blueprint is okay. Yeah, okay, so we now have that nice and clean, so we'll resave. Save, confirm. Now, what was I up there for in the first place? I was trying to find a space to put the, if I could hide the light controller on, wasn't I? Right, that can come out. Maybe the light controller can hide under here. What we can do is take it down, because we don't want it seen here as such. What we do want, power. So that's going to be the main power in. That is going to go then to the lights. This here, just for the hell of it, for the moment, we'll stick it on pink or blue. Let's go blue. We can adjust later and sort out as we so desire. Then what we're going to do is this here is going to come, and we are going to plonk that to every single light. I've just got to remember which one I've done. So that one to the right. got the one underneath me to do. There. And the one to my left. And that just leaves the one at the back. That one. Save blueprint again. Save, confirm. I think this is I'm leaving all this in here because in case I ever have to change anything again, I can at least get my pivot points and know where everything is without any too much hassle. Another battle for another day, yes indeed. Well, I must sign off, take care and get some rest. Thank you, mate. I will. I shall rest up this afternoon. I appreciate you dropping in and having a yak and bouncing around some ideas as well in the process of the chaos. At least we found a fault on the blueprint machine at the moment out of all that today, which caused, yes, a few problems to say the least, but at least we've found it, and I shall put in a little bit about it. But we do expect these issues to arise in experimental mode. I mean, at the end of the day, I can't complain too much. Right, okay, now that's done, let's quickly have a look at it in situ and see whether that resolves our little plan over here. So this was the original concept, and then we want to take that out now. What's that ladder doing up in the sky there? Is that part of the blueprint? I hope not. Probably is, know me. Another dope moment. I can't even reach it. Seriously? Right. So, automated wiring arm fans. I think, no, we didn't want that one. It was, no. This is why I need to, really? Why did it not save? Interesting. So there's another fault. That is another fault there because we deleted the fans. So let's go back. Just quickly do this because I really want to see this in position, see whether it sorts itself out. So save blueprint, confirm, clear blueprint designer, load blueprint designer. This one here, no, it's not that one. Clear load. It's that one there. The S we put on, and there it. Oh no, it didn't delete them. How weird. Okay, maybe we didn't save after we did it by accident. I just maybe cleared it and didn't save it. Maybe it was a human error. The Mad Otter maybe made a mistakey, coggy uppy. Save. Confirm. Right, you've all seen that. I've saved it. Let's go and try again. Man alive. And then I'm going to break. Once this is in place, we are then going to take a leave. It is Tuesday today in New Zealand, and I need food. And we are going to go and do something else this afternoon, and then I'll be back on Thursday or Friday this week. Ah, there we go. There's what we want. All right. Now this is going to be replaced because we've redone this circle, don't forget, so that is going to be replaced as well, but we're just trying to get an idea of the basic design here because I haven't worked anything out in terms of design. It has just been a big experiment as we fly. So the idea was that's going to go something like that, and then we're going to do this little fella which missing pieces. We'll steal them from here. Oh, have we got enough space? What don't we need? Actually, I'll tell you what we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put the blueprint in. Put that in, and then we can see exactly what we need. We need 3 of those. Right, so let's take out 200 of those. 3 of those can go in. And we need those 8 there, so let's take 200 of those out, pop that in. Very good. Now we can I'm going to stick lights and stuff on this obviously, and you know, pretty it up and all that jazz. So oh no. But sometimes it makes you wonder. And I've got a parachute attached and I still didn't get it up in time. Oh, right. So let's do. Hello. Bring it across, bring it across, bring it across, bring it across. Yeah, I'm glad the ladder's there. I mean, you know. The hell's that ladder doing there? I have no idea. Right. It takes forever to come down. Well, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That's better. Right. I think that's starting to look like what we sort of had in mind. Sort of. I just wanted something that could sink into in the center and look like we had the 4 points there. Maybe it needs to need to go up a half a, I don't know, something like that. Let's ping it in and see what happens, and then we'll go up and delete these blinking other ladders that are up there. I've also got an empty dismantle crate here now somewhere, which we've got to go and find as well. There we are. That's the ladder undone. Dismantle crate, where are you? Miles away. Really? No, it's here. It's over by this lot here, isn't it? There it is. Spotted. Wow, tons of stuff. Okay. I think what I might do here is actually just put down a jolly container to put some stuff in, because we're going to be building here for a while, over the next couple of weeks probably. So we might as well have some stuff here. Rightio, but I actually think that's not too bad. I mean, yeah, we've had lots of problems today, lots of problems. This is going to change this pod back to this style, same as that one. These are all going to change back to this style. But I think it's starting to look like sort of what you'd, you know, sort of was wanting. So yeah, one step at a time. Early days, early days. With all my designs, they're very much, you know, as I've always said, I fly by the seat of my pants with it, and I tend to sort of come up with one idea that leads on to another, and then it sort of morphs into something else. And that's something that's going to happen very much with this build. So hang in there, and we will. I'm even thinking with these lights, maybe they need to be pointing down more in on each other, but we'll have to wait and see what it looks like when it's wired up. I mean, we can get a rough idea, but can we? If we, where's my power? It's on the thingy here. So if we bring that to, for the moment, to here, just for argument's sake. If I climb the ladder, oh, I've got to delete the flipping floor to get to it though, haven't I? I'll have to come back and do that. Let's just have a quick look with lights on, see what's happening. It's a bit too bright at the moment, being in the middle of the sort of day here on this planet. It will. Ah, there you go. That's the one, and that's got to come down to the one underneath there. No, it didn't do it. Ah, you swine. Yes, it did. So why have we got no lights on? They're white. Didn't put the colour on for me. Interesting. So that's another thing that's not working on the blueprint design, is when you put a colour in, it's not sticking on the light control panel. Interesting. It should now be working. Yep. Okay. That didn't shine down too badly, actually. Particularly when we get other lighting in, and that it's going to probably look quite cool, actually. Yeah. So the only other thing we need to do as well is stick the other lights in if we can, square lights maybe. I'd love to get round lights in there. Might have to work out a way of doing that. Have a little play. Okay, well let's take a little screenshot. Let's go decoupled, and we'll do a little maybe teaser for it for next time. Drop that into the appropriate folder. Very good. Rightio, well, I am going to call it sort of quits there for today. I think that is, well, it's been an interesting one. But yes, we've got there finally with bits. We'll have to keep on working on the design, see how it's going to turn out, what I'm going to do with the building to make it somewhat more aesthetically pleasing. Obviously, at the moment, it's very raw structure, so we've got a lot of work on it to do. But that's something I'll have to work on next time. So I'm aiming for, I believe, Thursday, Friday this week. One of those days I will definitely be streaming, possibly both. I've got to be back down the studio at some point this week on the Thursday or the Friday. So it will be very much working around that. But I should be on one of the days in the morning and one of the days in the afternoon, all being well. Let's see how we go. But in the meantime, thanks for those that have popped in and been lurking in the background. Thank you, Mac. Thank you for having a long chat with us and bantering some ideas around. Thank you, Juxel, for popping in at the beginning, and anybody else who's been having a little chat or lurking. We appreciate it. So don't forget, if you want to see the progress on these things and the different builds across this map, don't forget to drop the usual like and subscribe and all that rubbish. And I am starting to yawn, so I am going to log off. Thanks a lot. Take care, everyone. Bye.